Hello. Happy Thursday. We are back in Pi as usual. Although I am going to keep an eye on as we get closer to 7:30 U.S. Eastern Time, which is going to be 14:30 by my clock up here. I'm going to be keeping an eye on Artemis, and if it looks like they're go for TLI, then we will definitely watch more NASA, because I don't want to miss that, and it's happening during my stream, so we're going to get to watch it together. So, where are we at? We are... Tuesday, we got a bunch more of the upgrades needed. We've been in the process of scaling up all of our sciences in preparation for Pi-Sci 3, getting all of the existing sciences up to the scale that we're going to want them to be at to run Pi-Sci 3. So yesterday we got zipper eggs and xyphos upgraded. And I apparently forgot to plug in some of these buildings because I'm an idiot. I also need to go upgrade this evaporator. That needs to be an evaporator Mark II. I actually need to double check that. Let's pop into YAFC real quick. I really need to file a bug with KDE. There we go. There's a bug in new versions of Plasma where if I click away, I use two monitors, right? And Factorio lets you move the mouse freely, like out of its window, even in multi-monitor. So if I move away from Factorio and interact with like my OBS or my Twitch chat on my other monitor, and then move the mouse back and interact with Factorio, if I try to Alt-Tab between the other windows that are on my first display, like underneath the full screen Factorio, I have to like, it'll fail, like Factorio will pop back up, and then I have to like click on Factorio again after having that failed Alt-Tab, and then I can Alt-Tab. And it's not just like I interacted with other stuff and then moved the mouse back to Factorio, right? Like I clicked on things in Factorio. It should have had focus, but there's something funky with it. So I need to like get a recording of that whole interaction and submit a bug for Plasma. Factorio is still running under X Wayland 2, and maybe I should just run it inside GameScope, and that would probably solve all my problems. But anyway, Zipper eggs. Zipper eggs make all right, they use 0.27 of a Mark II evaporator, and the xyphos use 0.86 of a Mark II evaporator. Okay, so we may as well use evaporator Mark 1s then, if we're going to need more than one anyway. Yeah, so that's like 2.25. I guess I could do a Mark II and a Mark 1. That would also handle it correctly. Actually, yeah, let's just do that. There's a Mark 1 there. I've got a Mark II in my inventory. So we'll... And then where is this train that's broken? Right here. All right. I'm still not sure what's going wrong with trains getting their fuel unloaded or their empty canisters unloaded. Hopefully it's a rare issue. I say, as I see another one pop onto the board. Well, we'll deal with that one later. I can definitely add more outserters to the system to help ensure that we are emptying the trains. Because this is what's going on with these trains that are quote-unquote out of fuel. They're not out of fuel. They're out of space for empty canisters. And I didn't see that issue with the Mark I trains, but of course the Mark I trains generate ash, and ash stacks to 1,000. So it's possible that this was a slowly building issue that we didn't see because those trains had the space, right? You can buffer a lot more. All right, that should get the job done. We should be impossible for this to block on the wastewater now. Yeah, zipper eggs are fully saturated because we haven't scaled up our demand for them yet. And the Xyphos should all start running now more consistently now that I fixed the power for the sap. It's going to take a second for that all to, like, catch up, but... And then this last outer belt is Xypho larva, and they are starting to buffer a little bit, but... Cool. Cool. I think those... Well, hopefully those were the only bugs with the Xyphos. Today, all right, fix that. Yeah, graphite and great alien samples are the things. What are these dead builds? Antimony oxide and cobalt extract. Did I do those? No. This antimony build is still dead. We have not disassembled it. And I don't know about cobalt extract. I may have done cobalt extract. Yes, I did take apart cobalt extract because we have the upgraded build over here. But I didn't take apart the old antimony oxide build, which is right here. That's fine. We'll leave it for now. I'm not worried about it. It's not urgent to reclaim those resources. So I think our next thing to do is going to be Archods. I was putting them off all day on Tuesday, but I've pretty much run out of other things to work on. So bees it is. How are filtration media doing? I should double check that. Fine. The answer is fine. Why are these running? Did I not gate these on? It's not seeing filter. Oh, I never hooked up. Oh, come on. Let me click on the darn... Ah! Factorio. Yeah, that's not out of... I can't click on the power pole here. Okay. So that's an issue. Is this thing wasn't hooked up. So this is constantly trying to make... We'll fix that the next time I'm over in that direction. Not a I mean, it's just turning a bunch of wood into biocrud, right? Which is not ideal, but we'll deal with it. Interesting. I think I need to change the way that this works. I'm worried that we're going to end up with too many empty fuel canisters at the depots. Maybe I shouldn't be. But what I want is for, like, empty fuel canisters that are being recycled to have a place to come to, separate from where we might bring in new canisters. And then make sure that we're always prioritizing those. Right now we're relying on CyberSyn's priority and hoping that we won't ever bring so many canisters over here that it causes problems. And that's probably true. Maybe it's fine. I'm worried we're going to end up with too many canisters in the loop and it's going to lock up. But for now, let's check out YAFC and see where we're at as far as... Oh, and I got to do the thing again. Okay, bees. This makes wax, a little bit of extra wax. It makes ash, it makes coke oven gas. It makes arcod honey, and of course the bees themselves. Lots of inputs here. Oh, including arcod jelly. That's right. Did I decide that I wanted to do that separately because I needed it for something else? Is that what I was... I never made a sheet for it. Is that the only thing that's weird as far as our inputs here? Oh, and the nitrogen contaminant. We need to reevaluate our nitrogen processing here and make sure that we've got enough that we can export a little bit of nitrogen contaminant. Or we make it on site and we export a little bit of nitrogen and oxygen, but that's effort. So I think we just bring it in. We're not going to need a lot of it. But the arcod jelly... How much of this do we need? 48.4. Okay, we'll say 50. Comes from... Renia's carbon black. Ooh, do we need to increase Renia's some more? But then this gets used for what? Oh, we need it for immunosuppressants, kerosene. Well, potentially that kerosene recipe. I don't know if that's worth it. We need it for... Oh, but that's Pi-Sci 4, right? So the only thing we would need it for immediately is immunosuppressants, which are used for... Phase 3 AUGs. They're used for trits. Yeah, it's tier 3 trits and tier 3 AUGs are the things that need immunosuppressants. So yeah, maybe we go for... And then making carbon black on site. I mean, it's still just bringing in a couple of fluids, right? Use a Mark 1 reformer, and then we'll set this to... Let's see, what's our speed? 14.6 times 21. So almost exactly 3. And we make 3 in 100 seconds. And we want 12... machines. And then each barrel turns into 50. So 55.188. Hey, look at that. I'm going to say 55 even. That way everything gets rounded down appropriately. Okay. So this is going to be the Arcod jelly. It only is a little bit of extra compared to what we need for these bees to run, but that's fine because I think we're only going to need it and immunosuppressants in very small quantities, and really only if we go for Mark III Trits or Augs, like in the medium term. After that, we're looking at things that are at least 2 science packs out, and I try not to look that far ahead. That's the future. It's future Brandon's problem. It's hard to know what we're going to need those things for at different scales, and I don't want to plan the whole factory all the way out to Pyrrhic Victory, right? So this is fine. Vacuum on site, of course. So we bring in a little bit of anthracene, that's fine. My only concern is the Renias, and if we have enough spare Renia capacity in the upgraded build, because I don't know what we... Oh, that's a lot of Renias. We just upgraded these, and we might have to make them a little bit bigger again, unfortunately. Hisei 3 uses 0.13. The Arcod jelly uses 0.37. So that's already 0.5, and that's like all of our Renias. And like, I guess that's okay, right? The quality cotton gut food is only, I think, used in... Yeah, the stud bootstrapping right now. Energy drinks are only used in the AUG module. Like, all of these foods and the AL stuff is only used for making modules. So in theory, those can run off of whatever's left from science, or worst case, I use a bunch of modules and science slows down a little bit for a few seconds. So I think we can get away without increasing the Renia scale. But if we wanted to, 0.17, yeah, plus 0.37 is another 0.54. So we basically would need to double these again if we wanted to actually... Not that we need to make modules full-time all the time. If we wanted to, we would need to double these. But I think we can get away without doing it. So we're not going to do it. I could maybe make this 50% bigger. I think the thing that's going to be the limiting factor... Well, our potential 2 limiting factors are heat generation, although there is space in that build for another burner. There were previously multiple burners because I had it running prod modules, and yeah. So we can put another burner here if we really needed to, but like the throughput of this incubator is going to be a limiting factor. Obviously, we could speed beacon it on top of the efficiency modules if we really wanted to, but like whatever. But then also this botanical nursery we can upgrade to a Mark II. High pressure furnace. I mean, we could get a little more capacity out of this without needing to do a full, like, redesign of the layout, but I don't think it's worth it. I think we make enough. I think we make enough Renias. It's fine. So this will be the Arcod Jelly build. And then the rest of Arcod 2 brings in wax, allow overproduction of wax, natural gas, Relisias, biomass, Arcod jelly, coal, Vrox. We have plenty of Vrox, right? If we check, oh man, Arthurians. Oh no, that's Vrock cocoons. Yeah, a lot of this stuff is going to be Vrock cocoons. The only things we actually use Vrox themselves for are rendering, right? And Arcods. We don't use them for anything else? Yes. Okay. So Arcod 2 is going to use 0.8 Vrox a second. Our Vrock rendering is 0.6. So that's like 1.4 Vrox a second. We're currently manufacturing 0.99 Vrox a second. Cool. We got to upgrade these. I mean, I think we could just upgrade them all to tier 2. Upgrade the sap while we're at it. Yeah, let's see what we've actually got in-game for Vrox. Yeah, we do have 4 of these guys. And we have 13 paddocks. But if we want to run 4, is that going to be 16 paddocks? Yes. And then, are we going to need to also increase Vrock food for this? Probably. 0.8. Yeah, 1.6. But, oh, we need to, like, prod Vrock food anyway and get it, like, up to modern standards. So that's fine. The other one is the good Vrock food, the quality Vrock food at 0.5. Yeah, 0.8. And I think other things do need... Yeah, our Vrock cocoons also pull a little bit. 0.36 and 0.72. All right. So 1.6 plus 0.72 is 2.3. I mean, call it 2.4, because I think that's a multiple of... Yeah, there we go. Seaweed will bring in, moss will bring in, moving forward, that's fine. We want to do those centrally so we can use the better recipes, right? Same with Phalangy. Trying to move away from using distributed terrible recipes to using centralized better recipes. Okay. So that's the rebuild of Vrock food. And then quality Vrock food, 0.8 plus 0.36, call it 1.2. What's the number with, let's see. 0.6 times 1.2, 0.72, 1.44? There we go. And that's quality Vrock food. That also needs to be rebuilt. Rocks get rebuilt. Upgraded to tier 2 buildings. All right. So all of this is going to have to be done in order to support Archods. This has to get built. Let's see. So rock cocoons, not changing. Rock rendering, not changing. So it's these 5 things. What else are inputs to Archods? Skin and meat, I'm not worried about. Sap, we should be making on site. My bad. So make sure that we have the sap trees requested here. Water, we're making on site. Oh, and I need to figure out nitrogen. Oh, these also need 0.5 rock food. Ooh, did I account for that? Probably not. Let's see. So 2.88. There we go. Little extra. Yeah, 1.6 there. And the Vrock cocoons are 0.8. And the Archods are 0.5. So that's 1.3 plus 1.6 is 2.9. And we rounded up a lot when we were doing that. So I think 2.88 is fine. I mean, I can do the math more precisely. 0.72 plus 1.6 is 2.32 plus 0.47 is 2.79. Yeah, we're good. We are good. Okay. I'm glad I caught that. The ratios work out nicely when everything is prodded here, which is kind of nice. So let's start getting these shopping lists out. And let's see, what are we starting with here? Quality rock food. And then rock food, shopping list. And then rocks. And then the Arcot jelly, which I believe is good to go at this point. I don't see anything else weird with that build, so we will import that. And then the Arcods themselves, I'm not going to grab the buildings for that yet. I want to wait and see if... Well, I guess while we're waiting for them to fill this, we can go over that one more time. So the things to do are to make sure that we're using the right variants of recipes where we have... the turd recipes and mark those as accessible. And then that we're using the right... I don't think there's a turd beacon for the colony collapse recipes. I think they're just... just differently yielding recipes. We can customize the modules and find the turd beacon. And if I look for... Yeah, there's no colony collapse beacon. Okay, that's what I thought. So that's fine. And all of this is still using Archon Mark 1s, which maybe I should use Vrock Mark 1s here. Just so that when I upgrade this to Archon Mark 2s, we can also upgrade to Vrock Mark 2s, and it all kind of works. Like that should... All the ratios should stay the same, right? This is 3.56. And if I go through... And... Oh, I have to do this everywhere. Okay, we're going to do it everywhere. We upgrade everything to Mark 2s. Well, we're at 1.82, right? Because we need to be making, like, twice as many... Yeah, 3 point something. The ratios aren't exactly the same, but pretty close to it. So I think I want to use Vrock Mark 1s here. I guess I could also use Sap Tree Mark 1s so that the sap trees also increase in ratio with everything else, but I don't think that's quite going to happen because of how sap trees only have 4 module slots, etc., so... And it's easy enough to add more sap machines later. They're small. So I think this is fine. Cool. Yeah, I think this is good. The Red Hot Coke is fine. We just have to remember that we're going to have Red Hot Coke spoiling to deal with as a byproduct. If I say that I want, like, Coke at, like... Well, not 1 a second, but... I mean, it doesn't really matter. We're well within what this machine can produce. Obviously, we're going to try to turn it off, so it's not running consistently, but, you know. Actually, I shouldn't need to do that. What I should be able to do is I should be able to set it here, right? Set fixed production amount. Like that. Yeah. And now it shows Coke as an extra product. Perfect. I think everything else is good. I think we decided that with the recipes that we're using, we were fine on Ulrich's. We don't actually need to increase the scale of those, which is cool. And... yeah, I mean, we have the expected byproducts. We have heaps of ingredients. We're going to have to figure out the best way to route the different ingredients coming in, and how to deal with that. But that's fine. Oh, yeah. All right, I think we can grab the shopping list for this. And we will do a requester warehouse for this one, because it's got a lot of different things. Although, 13... Without the modules, I think it actually does fit in a normal chest. Never mind. We probably need to allow list some tier 2 buildings that have not yet been allow listed. I'm looking at you, rock paddocks. And apiary hydrocarbon plants. Yeah, Mark 1s and Mark 2s of probably both of those. And we have another train fail. Oh, at least it's right near me. Same thing? Same thing. What I'm hoping is that these ones that are failing like this are mostly ones that had previously like run out of fuel and I just dropped extra fuel in them. And that this is a situation that will resolve itself once they're no longer... Like, once I fix it once. That's the hope. Because the ones that I would have just dropped fuel into, there was... you know, potentially they never would have... Potentially they would have just never sat at the depot long enough, right? They're sitting at the depot long enough to get refueled, but if I put extra fuel in them when they were out in the wild, that meant that they had extra canisters. Like, they had more canisters in their output than they needed fuel in input, because I topped them up. And then if they sat in the depot just long enough to fill in their input, that wouldn't have been enough time to empty their output. I hope that makes sense. Should we do some train upgrades while we're waiting for all these buildings to get done that need to get done? I think so. Let's do some trains. That means that I need to request my locomotives. And let the bots bring me some before we start. Our number of available bots is rapidly approaching 0. Look at that. What are they all doing? This. That's a lot of tier 2 apiaries and rock paddocks that need to get made. And we don't have small parts. Oh, come on! Really? What the heck? Tin? What? How is that possible? What broke? Yeah, we're out of tin, all right. That's been broken for a long time, I'm going to bet, too, because we're completely out of tin. When did we stop making tin plate? Only, I don't know, 3.5, 4 hours ago, we stopped making tin plate. right? I feel like we need this recipe set up so that it's actually making coal and rich dust. That's what I'm doing as part of tailings, right? Yes. And then we actually sift the rich dust, too, to chromite sand, etc. But this can only handle... Like, this is scaled for dealing with liquid tailings, not for dealing with tailings dust. So if we need to do... Basically, we need another one of these setups. Maybe not, you know. Maybe not 6 of them. Well, maybe 6 of them. But just for doing tailings dust instead of other things. Or I need to just do that processing at tin and output, you know, the different outputs. Because the tailings dust comes from, yeah, it's a direct tin output. It's not like I'm doing tailings processing here. Okay. And if we look at the tailings processing... Yeah, this output is always going to be on the A network, and that's fine. This is just like making tailings available because we know we're always going to have some there. So yeah, I think I just need a V network tailings setup that's like... I lost it. Right here. That's just this. Okay. We can make that happen. That's just a few solid separators. I'm just going to request 3 solid separators, and that'll be plenty for what we actually need to set up. Let's clear out some of these shopping lists from YAFC. And let's do some... There we go. And all of those should go to their depots right away first and get refueled. That is the hope, anyway. And then as more trains show up here... 100,000 chemical science? That's a lot of chemical science. How are we doing on... We got one of our solid separators. That's fine. How are we doing on all these things? We are still waiting on a lot. Do we have the Mark II of all the, like, casting units and BOFs? Yeah. But all this is going to be blocked on advanced small parts. Yep. Yeah, pretty soon, everything that needs to be built there is going to be blocked on advanced small parts. So I do need to get tin fixed. Oh, nope, that one's doing a delivery. Although it very well could end up getting interrupted and sent here. The problem is we don't know if our trains are coming from like halfway across the world or from nearby. I think this one that's looping through here is the last one coming in. So what do we got? 4 solid, 3 liquid. Okay. And that's pretty much the system for upgrading all the trains. And at some point, we will have no more Mark 1 trains anymore. It's going to be a while before that happens, to be clear. Because I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 just at this depot. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21... another 5 is 26. Another 5 is 31. Yeah, we still have many, many, many trains to do. For now, though, while we're waiting for everything else that the trains need to figure out, let's go get this, let's go get this void for tailings dust set up. Because I think it's going to be pretty quick and easy setup. Yeah, we'll do it like right here. I should make sure I don't have a... No, I don't have a tailings dust void. Okay. And that's... Yeah, still got some latency. When we, Oh, that's not gonna work. I'm in the wrong spot. I thought I was down here. Next intersection. Oh, bots. Come on. There we go. As I was saying, right here. Actually, maybe we go up, not down. Down is fine. That was awful. There we go. That, I believe, is symmetric. I'm not sure how I managed to misclick and got it so asymmetric, but let's see. High throughput drop off, right? We'll just go right here. And then from here, we're going to have 2 of our solid separators. Each of these are going to do tailings to coal dust and rich dust. And then this is going to do chromite sand. Cool. So each of these will take 15 in, which is like that. Each of these has 2 out into this thing. And then 5 out on coal dust, which I think can also just be like... With a hand size boost, I think 2 of these can do 5 out, no problem. Oh. And then this is going to have its own outputs. Actually, you know what? If we do them here, and there, that leaves room for our outputs here. And this is going to have a very low amount of output because we're only putting in like 4 a second, which is 1/6 of its previous output. So it's like less than 1 a second. Cool. And then into 1, 2, 3 pickup stations. Void, and you request tailings dust. All the tailings dust. And that should immediately get several trains dispatched here. Well, 1 train. All right. And then we have our 3 outputs. And I'm going to have to grab the void logic for each of those from here. Right. We've got this one. We've got this one. Oh, this one's just set up as a high priority. Interesting. Chromite sand. And then the coal dust is one of these ones. Yeah. Oh, you know what? This is not gonna work right, is it? Let's... Yeah... Do I want to change that? Yes, I think I do. Oh, that makes it such a pain, though. I think that's fine. Because each of these only outputs 5 items a second, and then this outputs some small number. So it should be balanced enough. And then chromite sand is just like teeny amount. Oxide is a teeny amount. Cool. That should get tin going again. At least that is the hope. And it seems to be the case. Yeah. Okay. We've got molten tin again. We've got solid tin again. We fixed it. This does mean, though, that we're, like, way, way behind on advanced small parts and other things that require tin. So I'm not sure how long it's going to be until we're able to get the buildings we need. It looks like we did get enough stuff to do quality of rock food. Not quite rock food, although maybe there's other assemblers we can steal. No. Well, we can do one of the builds while the tin kind of makes its way back around the base and everything tries to turn back on. But everything here is blocked on advanced small parts. All right. Well, it's ad break o'clock. As always, I run just one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-rolls off. So I'm going to get a little bit of water during the break. I recommend you do the same. Hydrate, take care of yourselves as humans, and when we are back, we'll, I mean, I guess we can do quality of rock food, right? We got one thing we can build, so we'll take care of that. See everybody shortly. Welcome back. Okay. We're waiting still for advanced small parts to turn back on, because advanced small parts are always... Can I not click on you from here? What requests only 200 advanced small parts? Excuse me? I'm curious where this train is going. Science. I have science set up to request small amounts of things still. Okay, we'll change that when we scale up chem science. That's fine. I've been trying to move away from setups that are requesting fractional trains because it's just not worth it. It gets things sometimes started faster or sometimes recovered faster from a failure just because there's less time for buffers to refill, but like... We're trading latency for bandwidth, and this base is very bandwidth limited, so... Or throughput, really, I should say. I think this is everything we need for the quality of rock food, so we can go ahead and do that. Regular rock food is waiting for a few more automated factories, and that has to wait for advanced small parts to catch up. They are running again. And this runs fairly quickly when it's running, and I think that tin issue was kind of a one-time bug. I don't expect it to fail the same way again. So hopefully we'll start getting advanced small parts into the mall again soon. Quality of rock food is down here, right? Yeah. Yeah, this is going to be a total rebuild of quality of rock food, unfortunately. It's not really set up as a, like, scalable build. Which I really should be doing with my foods, because as we scale the base, even if we're using higher tier alien life things, we still need more and more food, right? Are the bots nearly caught up on my Logi requests? Yes. I think it's just a few more rails and then they're done, so I'm just going to let them finish. And last one. All right. Let's head over to where quality of rock food is then and get that upgraded. Hopefully by the time we're done with that, we will have gotten a load of advanced small parts to the mall. If not, I can hand deliver it. Like, it should be very close to another load, and, like, if I have to hand deliver some advanced small parts, I will. And then we've got to do Vrock food. Vrocks themselves, which I kind of forgot had to be upgraded for Archods. We went through that at the start of the stream. Figured out all of the inputs to the Archods and made sure that they're good. I've been playing pretty fast and loose with my total demand for seaweed and for moss on the base. So I wouldn't be surprised, especially as we ramp up more of the alien life things, if we need to expand those builds further, get them either upgraded to... I don't know if we have a seaweed 4, but like these are still Mark 1 modules. Same with moss. We're using... I mean, these are even Mark 1 buildings, so like... there's a lot we could do here. Oh, and I'm not using prod modules. Interesting. There's a lot we could do to increase moss, to increase certainly seaweed and probably also moss production if we had to. You know, each of these is pulling in one full red belt, but we could absolutely increase this so that they're pulling in multiple red belts to each station, right? The stack inserters, I think, can handle more than a single red belt's worth of throughput, so... but it's going to be hard to tell until we get, like, everything built and science is running at the new level that we're building up to. It's just hard to judge if we're going to have a lot of extra demand or if things are going to balance out. All of this pretty much needs to be taken apart, I think. For quality of rock food, yeah. Oh, good. Let's see. Oh, I have a bunch of my inventory taken up by... I have so much trash in my inventory right now. Ah, that was the wrong click. Oh, I don't need this flora collector because we still have one down there. Okay. That's all good. This is, yeah, flora out. That's fine. Do we have some? I did see some here, yeah. All right. So if we're starting over from the beginning here, or the end... Quality of rock food has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 ingredients. Okay. That really sounds like sushi belt territory to me. Two of those ingredients decay. The egg, well, no, three of them. Agar, native flora, and guts. So that gives us Grod, Tufra seeds, Relesias, tree seeds, casein, moss, starch, and fiberboard. Are all the, like, normal ingredients. So, and we have, like, a bunch of those in here, some of which need to be converted to seeds. The logs are down here, I think. Yeah, logs and tufras are down here. Making tree seeds and tufra seeds. And then the other 6 are up here. Yes. Okay. We can work with this. We can absolutely work with this. I want to try out that someone on Tuesday, and I forget who it was. Was it Buck? It might have been Buck. Was showing me a sushi belt technique that I want to try out here. And I'm assuming that it works both directions. We'll find out if that's not true. Hold, but not all belts. And then enable when the thing that you want is... So, like, we'll do starch and fiberboard is less than 1. Starch is less than 1. And then here, if we grab starch and fiberboard... Oh, and filter correctly. And then in theory, this wants to create a system where every tile has... Ah, it does have to go the other way. Okay. Of course it has to go the other way. Because we're feeding on... There's issues with feeding on the top versus the bottom of the belt. Yeah, there we go. You can see that it's half as dense now. And then we have to do that for everything else on the sushi belt. We'll disconnect this one. And these don't have to be, like, tightly packed, obviously. Whoops. So, like, we're gonna have the next one, the next one, and then I guess the last one I'll separate by 1 as well. So, like, this is all the same. We just have to change all of our outputs, right? So here we'll have, like, casein and Releasias, and here we'll have moss and Grodd. Casein and Releasia. Moss and Grodd. And then this one left is going to be tree seeds. And then we're going to have tree seeds and, whoops, 2 for seeds. All right, and then power all that. I'm not going to hook this all up until I've got the sushi belt, like, looping, and I'm happy with it. So down here, we need to grab tree seeds and... I don't have any logs. There's a bunch of wood. Okay. We're going to have one wood processing unit turning logs into wood, and then that feeds 3 automated factories doing tree seeds. Tufras are just 1 botanical nursery. Okay. So if we have a... And that whole output comes like here. Right? That's our last 2. So we're going to have like 3 automated factories on one side of a belt. One whatever thingy here. Making Tufra seeds. Tree seeds. Feeding into this. They all have a single wood processing unit. Which actually we can do at this end, can't we? And these are effectively 1-to-1. All right. Zero 0.4 to 2. And then... you will take in just 1. All right. Log. Let's grab wood here. Spread that across those. All right. So that is all of the non-perishable things for the sushi belt. And that then needs to come like, well, wherever it needs to go to actually feed our 2 automated factories. And I do want to leave space to expand this further, right? That is important. So yeah, if we go up like here, if we bring it past them like here, kind of like that, and then we should be able to turn all these on. And in theory, we end up with tiles that have all 8 of our inputs in them. Oh, this is such a weird game. There's a couple that are buggy. There's a couple I see that are sneaking through that don't have it, but that's okay. It's good enough. Because especially once we have the modules in here, like the total amount input for each of these things is fairly small. What I am going to do, though, is just so we do have a little more space for inserters, just in case. We're going to pull everything over. Give ourselves a little bit more room to work. Sweet. And then it's just going to be like a couple of inserters on each of these. Oh, a perfectly packed sushi belt is a delight. The concern is that it might be better to have a smaller number of slower inserters that are all like filtered for the different input types, right? We'll think about that. The fluid inputs are coming through here. And then we'll get the steam input as well. That's its own thing we'll deal with in a second. So that just leaves the perishables that need to be dealt with. I'm also going to change this. I have this set to 5K. That should really be 10K, I think. There's no reason not to buffer more of them. All right, so as far as the perishables go, I think we're doing kind of the same thing. We'll load them all up, except we're going to load them all on one side of the sushi belt. We only have 3 perishable inputs, right? We have guts, native flora, and agar. So if we load those all on one side of the sushi belt, then just like I've done in other places where I have native flora coming in, we can use the other side of the sushi belt as the output from the machines, right? So these are going to have set to filter all of the possible decay products. And then the sushi belt comes by like this. Yeah. Just like that. And that just leaves, well, we got to figure out the outputs, which don't go right here. Guess it's going to have to be like that. Well, the other option is to pull it up, right? If the sushi belt comes through here and then gets loaded, we'll have to deal with that on this side somewhere. I mean, we can put these like here, right? That's fine. And then that's our output. Yeah, that works. So then, it's just a matter of having on this sushi belt our 3 inputs. And those need to be on the... Okay, they all need to be coming in on the right-hand side of their respective belts, which this one is, fortunately. So this we can just route right up there. I'm actually going to send it up... Just going to drop this in here. Okay. Native flora can go up This way, yeah. I probably should position this somewhere else, because I'm going to have to, like, readjust this if I want to extend the sushi belt. But you know what? It's fine. It's fine. Oh, and it would help to also have the input inserters here. And then another one of these is for guts, which honestly I should just do like so the only issue with this whole setup right now is that if these belts... Oh, and this isn't set up right, of course. If these belts are not... constantly being pulled through, then we're gonna have a bad time, right? Like if we end up with something here that's not... No, actually, that'll be fine, because there'll be a slot for native flora. This belt will turn on. If it's not native flora, it'll just pull through, and then it needs to get filtered out over here, of course. Except I think I want crud last. Everything else comes down here and gets split. Yeah. So the biocrud goes up here and goes where the old biocrud belt was. But you know what? Sometimes you just gotta rebuild it just to make sure everything's actually correct. And then everything here will, jerky. Oh, we also do still have to deal with jerky from this side, though. Yeah, so that has to stay. And then this is all of the biomass-related... Which sushi belt got stuck? This one? I think this one's just stuck because it's full. The red belt did something different with it. You don't have to use a red belt everywhere. I think it's just stuck because it's full. It should be fine once it starts pulling stuff from it. The red belt changed the ratios, but wasn't necessary, I thought. I could be wrong about that, but... Let's see, how much guts do we actually need? 0.4 a second. Okay, practically nothing. And then the last thing needs to be... Agar. Which again needs to be on this side of the belt, which is mildly annoying because it is once again going to be on the wrong side. We've got... Actually, you know what? I can't have it on the right side. That's fine. Yeah, each of these spits out. Let me prod them. Why do I have 2 prod modules? What am I missing? Ah, okay. It's a rounding issue. It gave me enough factories and prod modules to do 3 of these, even though I only really need 2. Just a rounding issue. And this should actually be on the correct side. And then all of these need to turn on when we have access to a bunch of stuff. So let me grab power poles here. Where do we bring in seaweed? We bring it in here. Okay, that's fine. How much seaweed do we need? 5 a second. Okay, let's do... Wrong wire. No, actually, that is the right wire. Because we need to... have a... enable when check mark is greater than 0. And then this all needs to be run from a decider combinator. which is very close to being a copy and paste of this one. Except we output the check mark at 1. Hit all the wrong keys. It's an important part of playing Factorio, is hitting all the wrong keys. We don't care about seaweed being greater than 0, but we do care about guts being greater than 0. And then we say output that check mark. Replace seaweed with guts. Yeah, and this should say make agar when we have all of our other ingredients. Yep, it's outputting a check mark. Oh, and these are all fluid ingredient shortage because we still need to actually make steam. We did not filter this output correctly. But we should see that the sushi belt is pulling in everything it needs. And making food. Yeah, now the sushi belt is moving again. Cool. I think this is doing what I need it to do. It might take a little while for the agar to sufficiently accumulate on the sushi belt for these to fully run all the time, but yeah, we're pretty much there now. Yeah, they're not quite running all the time, are they? So remember what I was saying about how it might be better to have more smaller inserters? I think these inserters are stalling, trying to grab... I mean, I could probably do this, right? Override the stack size, and that way they're not waiting for... Yeah. Because when they're trying to grab a second item, they're stalling, and that's... In that time, they could be grabbing a different item that needs to go in. It does look like we're having trouble keeping up with the higher demand things, the things that we need like 2 of per second. And we can see that they're like consistently getting emptied by one machine and then aren't available to the second one, right? The tree seeds and the moss. So maybe we want to take tree seeds and moss off the sushi belt and just dump them up here where we can grab them with dedicated inserters. So we would do that here. And then tree seeds, we would just filter out like here. Oh, whoops. Okay. That should give us better... Well, if it was actually a belt in the right place. How much are we making? 1.5 a second. Okay. One of those is enough. And then I probably also could gate like native flora here based on having all of the right input things, but whatever. And we're seeing a lot of decay right now, but I think that's just because there was a lot of flora sitting on the belt that was decaying while I was working on getting this rejiggered. So we should be seeing less decay. But yeah, I think these are doing better now with the their new hand size. And I think over time, the tree seeds and the moss should get pulled off of this sushi belt or not. It doesn't really matter. I could filter them out. That seems like a lot of effort for not a lot of gain. Cool. I think this is working, right? Same situation with this train. Same situation with this train. Where is it? Oh, it's way up there. All right. Well, I think quality of rock food is done at least. I'm going to close that. Let's check on the mall. How are we doing on our other... Yeah, it doesn't look like we've necessarily gotten everything we need yet. We do have everything we need for Vrox. But what? Wait, what? Am I really just missing burner assembler Mark 1s and I've just had heaps of them in storage? That's funny. That's hilarious. I just never put that on the mall. We just had heaps of them in storage for so long that I never needed to. Because we made so many on the old mall. And they, you know, have been slowly been torn down. And obviously we haven't torn down everything over here. But like, I used to use them all the time, right? So we've apparently just been working through our storage of them. But cool. That means that we did get the advanced small parts to the mall, right? Because that's all that we were blocked on was those assemblers. Yeah, that's what it looks like to me. I don't see anything else. Make sure that everything except modules got made, and it does look like it. Yeah, just modules there. Just modules there. Yeah, and this is waiting for automated factories, but we knew that. Where's this train? Okay, let's go this way. Up here, and it should be... Not this one. The next one. So that does seem fairly rare. My guess is that it is about trains that I put extra fuel in, but didn't clear out their canisters that just haven't had an opportunity to sit at a depot for a long time. And therefore didn't have time for those extra output canisters to be dealt with. That is my suspicion. Because it's always about like 3 stacks of output canisters extra, and I was putting 3 stacks of fuel into the trains, right? That's a... no, I don't have a separate dedicated refuel station. It just happens at the depot. Yeah, and this one's doing fine, right? And I think most of them, if they have time to sit at the depot like this, right? This outserter would have time to keep removing extras. But if one were to just pull in, refuel, and leave, there wouldn't be time for the arms to take out the extra canisters from when I had added extra fuel. So I think that's the issue. Because when we were still bootstrapping the fuel system, I was I made too many trains too quickly, and the depots couldn't keep up with refueling, and I was just dropping fuel in trains, but not cleaning out the canisters when I did that. In theory, yes, but only 1 second. Which is not enough time to empty, 3 stacks. Although, I don't know if CyberSyn fully respects that 1 second of inactivity. But yeah, it seems like once they're in the depot, they should wait for that 1 second, but CyberSyn might not actually respect that. Right, if the belt fills up, there's nothing we can do. And that's where having a second outserter would help, right? Because we would use the other side of the belt. Right now, all of these empty onto one side of the belt. So if there's a lot of things that are being emptied... It's not a great depot design. I acknowledge that. I should really think about redoing all the depots, but... Okay. This is for Vrock Food Mark 1, which I think is also going to be an annoying rebuild. Yes. Ugh, and yeah, this right now makes all of its stuff on site, which we're going to get rid of. But then, yeah, pretty much, I mean, honestly, this, right? Tree seeds, fawaji, moss, tin plate. So that's going to be fun to rebuild. And then this is the Vrock upgrade, which is just upgrading everything to Mark II buildings, because Vrocks right now are on module Mark IIs, but building Mark Is. So we're going to upgrade all of that. And then... this is the Arcod Jelly, which is a clean build, and then new Arcods, which is probably also just a clean build. But let's go do the Vrock food first. Try to do these things vaguely in dependency order. Where is Vrock food right now? It's over here. Yeah, we have plenty of space for the new build over here. It's just that it's, the buildings that are going to live in it are totally different than the ones that are there now. Since we're replacing all of the, we're ripping out all the fawaji and the seaweed that's on site, and we're going to use those off of rails. Using the, the centralized, better recipes. And then that space will be taken up instead by a much bigger Vrock food build. because we need rock food, not just a lot more of it for upgrading the rocks, but then we also need a little bit of rock food that feeds Archods. So all of this gets ripped up, is what I'm saying. And I'm definitely going to run out of space in my inventory again. And Twitch is telling me that it is, once again, ad break o'clock. I am going to step away and get a little bit of water during the ad break. I recommend you do the same. Take care of yourselves as human beings. And when we are back, we will continue with this rebuild of rock food. I will see everybody in just a couple minutes. I appreciate y'all sticking around through the ads. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that taking a moment. I was checking the news on my phone. It does look like NASA has pulled go for the translunar injection burn for Artemis. So after the next ad break, we're going to be just about time for that. So after the next ad break, I will probably take a quick break from Factorio and we'll, switch over to the NASA coverage and we can watch Artemis 2 go to the moon. Because I don't want to miss that. I forgot I was already where I needed to be. I was trying to go here. Anyway, let's just finish tearing all this up, basically. I think a lot of that stays. Oh, shoot. How did I lose that when I was doing this? I don't have enough soil extractors. I'm gonna have to get some more. For some reason, they weren't in YAFC already. I'm not sure why they were not in YAFC, but they were not. Let's see. A lot of this is gonna be fine, like, longish term, but let's see. Cellulose, we're gonna have 15 machines making cellulose. Yeah, let's just replace all this. All this gets changed. Is that everything that needs to be ripped up here? I think so. I hope so. Yeah, some of this wood does have to go out. That's fine. So yeah, we need to make some adjustments here, but we're pretty close to okay. We're gonna end up with 1, 2, 3 of these, which output 30 a second, which actually does fit on one side of a belt with our current stacking, so that's fine. And then those should all be prodded, I'm assuming. And then the tree seeds are 4 factories. And each of those makes 1.6, so that's 3.2, 6.4. That is all fine still for 1/2 of a belt. Let's see. Tin is at 0.6. That's also fine. Oh, actually, it's half of what I just said because it all gets prodded as well. 6 moss a second, and then that needs to be combined with Phawagy. And I will set these to Fawaji. All right, so that'll give us a couple of belts of stuff coming out this side. And that's fine. That's everything that's non-perishable. And then we just have the agar and the cellulose that need to get brought up as another belt. Cool. So if we go ahead and position these like that, make and rock food. They're gonna have what? Moss plus, I think just one inserter from that belt and maybe two from the other belt. And then we have steam on this side. We're going to have inputs 1.4 items. Yeah, let's just do it blue. It doesn't matter. And then flipped around, these are going to be handling biocrud out. And then we also have real output out. All right, so that is our actual output, which is just about 3 a second. Should be fine with hand size there. And then we've got 2.4 agar a second and 1.8 cellulose a second. Okay. So I think I'm really tempted to just do the same basic setup here. Which is to say, enable if agar is less than 1. Enable if cellulose is less than 1. And then we will have, we've got 10 machines making agar and 15 machines making cellulose. Sure. Actually, I changed my mind. Let's make these ones cellulose. Red output inserters need to be filtered? They do. Let's do cellulose here. And that's just because I think cellulose decays faster than agar. No, I'm wrong. Cellulose is 10 minutes, agar is 5 minutes. So it was agar in first. And then the cellulose, whoops, will come in past this, and we'll deal with that in a second. And then input, we need steam. And seaweed in. Seaweed is going to come from... Honestly, it probably needs to be another station. Also, why are we not getting Fawaji? Because we're just, like, straight up out of Fawaji? Okay. Cool. Yeah, I mean, we've been making it pretty consistently. I mean, you can see the drop-off right here, and I think this is where I disassembled the Fawaji that's inside rock food. So yeah, we just need to scale up Fawaji a little bit more. That's fine. We can make that happen. Biocrud out. Unfortunately, everything that can decay here is biocrud, so that's cool. We need another input. I don't have enough space over here to bring in the seaweed that we need. So we're going to bring it in right here. We are pulling in 10 a second seaweed. There we go. That will be the seaweed in to make this. All of this, I guess, needs to be... Yeah, I should set up configuration on all of this to not run all the time. All right. What are our conditions? It's gonna be like... There we go. Now I can actually see all my signals. We want, like, rock food is less than 10K. And... what am I doing? I have it right here. Logs are greater than 0. Tin is greater than 0. Moss is greater than 0. And then the two we don't have yet are seaweed is greater than 0, and phalange is greater than 0. And actually, this one I don't have to check seaweed because that is one of our required inputs. If we don't have seaweed, this can't run. And then that will output check mark, and then all of these are enabled when check mark is greater than 0. Okay, so that is that part done. Yeah, and these are going to be disabled by control behavior because we don't have phalange yet. Yes. Next. And this is going to be pretty similar. We're bringing in 10.5 wood and 6 limestone. Okay. Ah, but the wood is stacked, so that works out. That'll be limestone. Enable when the check mark is set. And then each of these has 1.1 items a second in. That is a yellow inserter. And has 0.1 items out. That is a gray inserter. And then we'll set up the logic for when this actually turns on in a minute. We will add a condition here for seaweed. And we will get rid of the condition on logs, because if we don't have logs, then this can't be running. And then, yeah, everything except for phalange, so this won't run. And then I do also need 15 soil extractors, and I only have 6 because I was not... For some reason, it wasn't in YAFC. And this is a sheet that I updated, which means that I just didn't put them in YAFC to begin with, which is annoying. But we do need another, like, 10 soil extractors, unfortunately. I don't know. In theory, this is right. We gotta hook up steam, I guess, all the way. How many boilers? 5 boilers. All right. I think that's pretty much... Excuse me. I think that's pretty much it. Besides, well, this that I need to expand, and... water input here, which I'm not going to try to hook up to the other water. We have plenty of water. Yep, so I just need these 5 soil extractors. That's fine. And by 5, I mean 10. 5 pairs of soil extractors. And the only other thing I haven't done is get the biocrud output, which comes right down here, right down here, right through here. There we go. Biocrud. But that's just waiting for a load of phagogy, which could take a little while. Because I don't know how oversubscribed my phagogy build actually is at this point, so it's hard to judge when we're going to get deliveries. Let's see how Eftless looks. Okay, so there's 4 stations waiting for phagogy. Oh, this got phagogy. Wait, then everything should be turning on. And it is. Oh, except we ran out of seaweed. So now this is like, no, I'm not going to make... Let's request more seaweed then, so that we buffer a little bit more. Because, yeah, this is like, I don't want to make cellulose because you're out of seaweed. But, I mean, there is still some seaweed. But ideally, we shouldn't be in this situation where one of these is, like, partially buffered like this. We should bring enough seaweed into this system that this isn't a problem. And, yeah, if we're pulling 10 a second, maybe we even want... You know what? Just fill the whole thing up. I don't care. I don't care anymore. Fill it all up. Oh, and this is all filling the wrong side of this, isn't it? It is. It is, it is, it is. Oops. Yeah, this is wrong. Oh, well, that was also the problem. This was on the cellulose machine, not on the agar one. But we want it on the upstream side, right? Yes, it's on the upstream side, so it should be here. Yeah, that looks better. That looks better. There we go. That should do what we want now. So I had 2 issues, but it should all be better resolved now. It should get properly spread out. As long as we have enough seaweed here that this thinks it can run. Oh, but we don't have the limestone. Yeah, I need to go get those machines then, or we're just going to have stuff decaying constantly. What can I grab from here? Fawaji. Bunch of wood. Alright, well, we got it all into my inventory at least. Seaweed, yes. Tin, and did I see a bunch of moss? I saw a bunch of moss. Biocrud. Throw the agar in there too. It's going to decay in just a few minutes. That'll be fine. Everything else I think we do want to get rid of. All the old buildings, the tree seeds we can put up here. Cool. Let me go get those soil extractors for the limestone, and then I believe we are all set. After that, the next build is probably Vroks themselves, and then a couple more Arcod builds to do. And I should stop carrying around all of these fuel oil canisters because I don't need them right now, and they're just making my inventory worse to deal with. I need them when I'm upgrading trains because the train upgrade is manual and I need to be able to fuel trains that I'm upgrading. But like... There we go. Do we have everything else that we need? We should have gotten these, right? Yeah, no problem with those. And this is the actual Vrok build, other than needing some more Sap Tree Mark IIs. I think we're good. Do I need to let the bots restock me? I probably should. I don't know if it's going to be a real big deal necessarily, but... And then I also do need to grab a bunch of Rock Mark IIs because we do need... We're going to have twice as many in each machine, right? Because we're upgrading from Tier 1 to Tier 2 Vrock buildings. So we're going to need a couple of stacks of those. Hopefully we will have enough of those. And I'm just letting the bots catch up on my normal inventory requests. Although we are just waiting for 2 or 3 items, so it's not a big deal. It's also nice to have the trash slots cleaned out. There's a lot of junk in my trash slots right now. What else can we clear out while I'm thinking about it? I think that's... I mean, nothing else is jumping out to me as immediately being in the wrong place. So I think we're good. Are we doing on the trash slots? Almost. We'll be done shortly. And then our next builds after I do Vrox is Arcot Jelly, and that looks good, other than obviously needing 5 stacks of bees to populate the machines. And then the rebuilt bees themselves. Why am I sitting on 12 productivity modules? We don't need those for Vrox. Did I miss some productivity modules when I did the Vrock food? Oh, yes, I did. These all need to be prodded. Okay, good. I know where those 12 modules go. How are we doing on time? It is almost 4 p.m. in my time zone. I believe the... Let me double check the time. Look at my phone here while I'm walking across the map. Let me open just nasa.gov. I know it's on the front page. Let's see. Artemis 2, Houston Pole go for translunar injection burn at 7:49 p.m. EDT, which is 16:49 p.m. my time zone. So just under an hour. Yesterday, I think I said that I thought that was a half an hour burn, and that is wrong, by the way. Half an hour, I think, would have been correct for Artemis 1, maybe? Or the ICPS doing the burn in general. But for Artemis 2, they used all the ICPS fuel, getting it into the high Earth orbit that they used for some of the testing stuff. So it's... with the service module doing the TLI burn, it's a much shorter burn. It has a much higher thrust to weight ratio. So it's only like a 5-minute burn. And are we getting... Oh, all of these are backwards. Check mark greater than 0. There we go. Now they're all turning on. I probably could have changed this over to a better recipe, huh? Instead of using... Whatever, it doesn't matter. Instead of using limestone, I could have used hydroxide, right? And shipped in a little bit of sodium hydroxide. But I think it'll be fine. We are seeing a lot of decay coming through right now, and that's just because these have been running this whole time without this running. And once we start to get the cellulose coming through, then these will actually start to consume the agar, and the agar will stop constantly decaying. Everything here is correctly ratioed, 6 to 10 to 15, so I think it'll all be fine once it's actually there. Hydroxide demand is already too high, spare myself. Yeah. That is true. That is very true. How is hydroxide doing? Well, that's bad. We might need more salt again. I thought I spun up a couple of salt mines not that long ago. Isn't that a thing that I did? Maybe I just did saline water and not more salt? Not sure. But rock food should be good. So I think we can start... Oh, I need to grab more of Rock Mark 2s. I forgot to grab those on my way over here. I also forgot to grab the shoot. Forgot to grab the sap trees. Rocks are right up there. At some point, I'm going to have to make a rock breeder on rails, but for now, I still have plenty of them in the old setup. Let's see, we need a total of 336 of them, but we have several already in place, so 300 is more than enough. I don't mind grabbing some extras because we're going to need them later on for the Arcod build. This sushi belt, I'm going to have to reevaluate. To make sure that we're actually getting enough, like, stuff in it. We need 4 more of these. Oh, they don't fit. No, wait, no, they do fit because we only need 3 more. Haha. They barely fit. But you know what? Barely is still fitting, so... But yeah, the total input to these is now 21 items a second. So I think I have to switch it up to... a red belt, for one thing. And then I have no idea... for all of these things, if they've got the right ratios. We've got 6 inputs. Okay. Let's... And one of them decays, but I think we're just dealing with the decay as like a separate output in this build. Yeah, we're not trying to put it on the sushi belt. So that's fine. So do I go ahead and change this to run? Oh, this is not enough native flora. Also, why am I putting this on both sides of a belt? That's silly. No, we're not. We're only putting it on one side of a belt. What a weird setup. I feel like I want to redo all of this. We're going to redo this to be single-sided. Yeah. And then I think the rock cocoons I may also redo so that they're no longer directly in... Oh, they're not. Okay. Yeah, if we do this as a side load... but that's still not quite right, is it? I'm gonna think about how I want to load the things in. Maybe it is just like this. Because if we load these across like enough of a spread, and we say, okay, of these 12 items, how many can be rock cocoons? Or how many need to be rock cocoons? Although, honestly, we're dealing with a fairly large... Oh, native flora is only needed for the cocoons now. It's not needed on... Okay, so that's a change, and I think it's a change from maybe an earlier recipe where we did need native flora everywhere. I don't remember. Let's... Let's think about this then. These have 7 inputs, some of which are shared with this. And then the native flora is also a thing. But native flora only needs to come to these. It doesn't actually have to come up to this loop at all. So I think we stop pulling native flora off here. We stop putting native flora on this sushi belt at all. We just don't need it. It does mean that I need to be able to bring in native flora here. And I'll figure that out in a second. I think I'm just going to redo a lot of this down here for these guys. So, I mean, this is all theoretically fine. If I change this so that these aren't filtered anymore... No, these do still need to be filtered. I just want them to output... I want them to output both things onto this belt. So it would be like that. Then we can use this as our output. And then we'll have to split off the cocoons before they get merged with whatever else. And that's fine. What's 0.96 plus 1.92? 2.8. Okay. So, what I'm thinking here is if we... Those rocks are really loud. If we look at our... These 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 inputs... The rock cocoons are a huge number relative to everything else. Honestly, so are the native flora. So maybe we just don't put the rock cocoons on the sushi at all, and just push the rock cocoons, like, up top. And that would be fine. That would be out of the way. And then the sushi is really just all the stuff that's common then at that point to... common to the two builds. Well, plus I guess the moss. So we'd have moss, water barrels, rock food, sap, bedding, quality of rock food. So those would be the 6 items that go on the sushi. And then all of those would have to be appropriately ratioed, you know, maybe vaguely based on their consumption. 1, 1, 2, 3, 3, 4. I don't know what that gets us to as far as a total, but like we can mess with the ratios because we don't have to have everything summed to 8. Summing to 8 is easiest. But we can sample multiple tiles for an input, right? And then if we do that, then it'll say, you know, if we want 1 rock food, we say if rock food is less than 1, then if there's a rock food anywhere in these 2 tiles, we won't get a rock food. So it'll be half as dense. So we'll have to do that for our setup, I think. I just have to figure out how I'm routing all of it and how many... If we do Phalange and moss just as dense as... If we do Phalange and moss at 2 instead of pushing them up to 3, then the whole thing fits in 8. Although my inclination is to go up to 16. So that would be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And then like water barrels and moss are both technically more than 3. And that gets us up to like 15 if we do them 4 each. 4, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1. Yeah, that's 15, and that's fine. We'll have one empty slot in the belt. Or I could push Fawaji up to 4 as well. 4, 4, 4. 2, 1, 1. Okay. So that looks something like... What's our loaders going to look like? Hold. And enable when thing is less than 1. Enable thing is less than 1. And then we have multiple of those. And then we just kind of have to feed them in, right? So, like, if we say this one's going to be Fawaji. Fawaji less than 3. Oh, I'm still on Yafsi. Sorry about that. So Fawaji less than 3. It should let in... Oh, Fawaji is stacked. Is that what I want? Apparently it's what I decided at one point. Oh, this is all weird with stacks, isn't it? I mean, in that case, I forgot that things were going to be stacked, so that kind of changes all of the calculation, doesn't it? I mean, if everything's just going to be stacked, except maybe water bottles, then we can just say, you know, thing is less than 1, and it'll take up 1 slot. In which case... Yeah, if we just let water barrels take up multiple slots because they're not stacked, and everything else just takes up 1, then it might just be fine that way. Okay. Read, hold, single. So this will be Fawaji less than 1. And we're just kind of relying on the stacking to balance things. I don't actually know how well that's going to work. But there's really only one way to find out. So Fawaji goes in. This is going to be the Vrock food. Mark II. This is going to be the bedding. This will be moss. Oh, and it's ad break o'clock. When we return, we'll keep trying to figure this out. I will see everybody shortly. And we're back. Thanks for sticking around through the break. Yeah, so this is not going to be on the sushi belt, I decided, because it's only needed to make the cocoons. What is... Oh, I accidentally turned off my bots. That's weird. Oh, Phalange is also only for cocoons. It doesn't feed these guys. Okay. So I think that also doesn't go on the sushi belt. This should just be the common stuff. My bad. That explains why when I was trying to count, I couldn't. Output priority left, just Phalange. We'll let any Phalange that is on the belt get cycled back around and pulled out. That's fine. But here, this one will turn on for... Why do I do sushi belts? Because I have... Well, one, because it is fun. But also, these have, 7 different ingredients. And yes, you can route traditional belts with 7 ingredients without a sushi belt, but it's a pain in the butt. So... getting the sushi belts figured out is nicer when you have so many different ingredients. You can do it with, braided belts and long-handed inserters, but... All right, so that's going to be this. This belt will be a one-sided belt when all is said and done, but for now it does need a side load. And then the last belts will come in on this side. And this is on the wrong side of its belt, isn't it? It is. So this one is going to be the Vrock food less than 1. And start putting stacks of the Vrock food on there. And, ooh, this needs to reach all the way across to here. And then this... I'm gonna do, because these ones aren't stacked, although I suppose I could stack them. But if we say water barrels less than 3, I think this should work right, and it should make this side of the belt be like, look at that, 1 part rock food, 3 part water barrels. It's actually working. It's not perfect, but it's close enough. The belt is a little messed up because we're still pulling the Phalange out, because I realized that the Phalange goes with the native flora and is only for... only for the cocoons. Whoops, I turned off alt mode. Let's see. Bedding is also in that one. Yeah, let's try to get some of this stuff out of here that I don't actually want to be trash. Water barrels especially. Yeah, you can... You could do a lot if you really want to try to measure sushi in different ways. Yeah, all right. Not surprised that I did not manage to get rid of all of that. That's okay. We should have a flora discard chest somewhere. Is that this belt? It is. Am I an idiot, though? Ah, no, we do it here. Okay, interesting. Converting the... I can take everything out of this now. Turn back on always trash. Get rid of the buildings we don't need. And the Vrock foods live here. The Vrock cocoons we can put into all of the Vrocks. Which is still not enough for them to turn on. Oh, they just need more cocoons. That's fine. All right, so this is where we now need to figure out some routing. I decided I didn't want to do the Vrock cocoons on the sushi because I have too much stuff, and the Vrock cocoons are 9.6 items a second, which is just a lot. So first things first, while I'm thinking about it, this belt needs to do that. Because this does end up being more than half a belt. And then right up here, we will split out the empty barrels. Oof, those are some frames that are happening. All right. So that'll start... Should actually get some of these turned back on, which is great. I do need a second barreling machine, which... This whole setup's a little funky, but you know what? We'll make it work. How many barrels in total? 2.8. Honestly, one inserter is enough. And let's grab the water all the way over to here. Apparently that was a load-bearing power pole. So that's all that part. This belt, I mean, will be good. I think I've probably purged all the phagogy from it. The outputs here are good. We don't need to deal with any outputs of decay products from this side. So I think it's just now being able to feed in the rest of the inputs to the these things. The phagogy and the native flora, which is this belt here. And what I could do is move the whole thing down one. And what this will let me do is feed from the sushi belt with long-handed inserters, and then bring in our other belt here with normal inserters. We no longer need that. Bottom barreling inserter's not powered. Good catch, thank you. Oh yeah, all of these power here is weird. All right. That should work. And then that'll bring in the Fawaji, and honestly, we might want to make those blue inserters. That should be enough. That should, like, do what it needs to do, I think. We might need more barrels in the loop. But other than that... Yeah, but these do have a lot of barrels in their inputs right now, so hard to judge until I see it running a little more consistently. All right, so all that's left then is hooking up sap. With the 23 sap extractors here. Which I do not have enough sap trees for, because I forgot to grab more. Yep. I can't see what I'm doing with all these trees here. Yeah, I think I just need to... Let's just do that. Make sure all of that is properly landfilled. That way, when I drag the belts, they will all end up in the right places. Okay, so besides needing another 28 doodahs, sap trees, I think... Oh, I need to actually set the recipe on this. That helps. All right, we need another 28 sap trees, so this won't turn on like full speed right away. But... These are having trouble filling in. And I'm not sure why. And it could be that I just let the belt run a little funky. Like, if it's allowed to jam up, it can get weird. It'll compress at the end of a belt, right? If it's not constantly looping, and then you lose your gaps that you need for it to insert things. And I think we lost our gaps on part of the belt here. So I might need to just, like, collect, like, this stretch where we see there's no sap and let it try to refill that segment. The segments where there's no sap. Because it should be able to fit 4 things in on the side. And it does, mostly. So yeah, as we get to one of these segments with no sap, I'm just going to do this. And I want to watch it carefully when we get back around to one of these blank segments and see how it does on refilling itself. Because this is a fairly long section without any sap in it at all, and it's not managing to push sap into it. So it's a little funky, and I don't love it. Why don't, and that shouldn't happen because all of these are set less than 1. So if there's any fraction of a stack, they won't, they shouldn't try to push another stack. Yeah, I set it all to just 1. So if there's even one part of a stack, they won't push another stack on. At least that was the goal. All right, let's see when this loops back around to the next section. I think we're going to have a gap past a lot of this. And then I just want to see what it's doing. Because I'm wondering how it got itself into a state where this thing couldn't load at all. Like, we have a couple of spots in the middle where there isn't any sap. And I think it has something to do with, like, when it finds partial gaps and makes adjustments. All right, so as we come around here, this wants to push in. I mean, Every once in a while, it's a little off, but it does seem to mostly be working. But you can see that it's like shuffling the items around a little bit in the belts, right? They're moving as the different belts try to push stuff in. But like everything's moving at about the same rate. I understand how this is supposed to work, but like when you get into the, you know, the belt position adjustments and those like really fine details of the mechanics, I do not necessarily understand them as well. Oh, yeah, that would help. And then, yeah, these aren't getting water barrels because all the water barrels are caught up, like, inside these machines right now because I hand-fed them. But, like, as we come around here... Yeah, every once in a while I see, like, 8 moss or 8... Interesting that this one managed to jam itself. Nope, and there it goes. Yeah, now it's just spinning continuously and nothing's loading, as you expect. Well, I might just have to check on it again later. Oh. I missed one of my outserter filters on Vrock food, and it's totally locked up. That's an easy fix, at least, and it's right here. We're stopped because we're out of Fawaji. Yeah, that's gonna be the thing for a lot of stuff is Fawaji. My concern with the stacks and how they're going to work in this setup is that we'll get to a place where, like, one of these machines doesn't have access to... Although any given tile should have all of the resources that a machine needs when it is properly balanced, right? So... I'm worried that if it's stopping like this sometimes, that we'll get in a place where a machine, like, takes what it needs and then can't actually fully proceed. It doesn't have everything it needs right in front of its inserter. And, like, the theory of this design is that every tile has a little bit of everything, but the difference between theory and practice, etc., etc. Yeah, we're still seeing a water barrel shortage, but we're also still seeing that a lot of these machines have a lot of water barrels in them. I do probably need to bring more barrels into the loop, to be clear. But all right. So yeah, I need to grab more sap trees. 28 of them. I need to grab more empty barrels. How's Quality of Rock Food doing? Quality of Rock Food is running. Oh. That shouldn't matter, but, you know. Um... Yeah, we are occasionally also seeing a little too much native flora in this one, right? If it was working correctly, then it would always be 4 or less if there were partial stacks. But I occasionally see it like an 8 going by. So there is something a little funky. It doesn't quite perfectly balance. I think it's fine. I think it is sufficiently balanced for our needs. Yeah, water barrels, soon to be water barrels. Oh, and these output a lot more than... Okay, let's go grab a bunch of barrels. Let's grab the... the sap tree modules that we need. Oh, shoot. I lost track of the time. It is too late. It's a 5-minute burn that was 5 minutes ago. We missed the TLI. I'm gonna have to go rewatch it on my own time afterwards. Find the VOD. That half an hour went by very quickly. Time flies when the base isn't working right. So let's see. Barrels. Get rid of some rocks. Those will get put in here. At least some of them will get put in here. And then, why do I have one casting unit Mark 1 and one casting unit Mark 2 in this build? Why am I like this? They should really both just be Mark 1s, is the answer. Okay. That is fine. Get rid of the request for that and make you 2. Slowly pushing our way through the tech tree. We're dangerously close to having PySci 3 researched, but obviously we're not doing that yet. Oh, have I taken the... Yeah, okay. I took the tech for the Archod turd. We're planning on doing the Archod rebuild using the turd, so I just want to make sure that I have the tech for that. And... oh, and I forgot the sap trees. Darn it! Why am I like this? Well, it's not like we're pulling through sap at the full speed yet anyway. Yeah, so these are trying to push many water barrels as they can into the system. Cool. That seems like it's working. We are seeing the water barrels make it past... make it past the reproductive complexes. Cool. Okay, and we've got plenty of... yeah. I think we're doing fine. Besides needing to deal with potentially here, right? This should have this going on. And that way, this will get rid of anything that decays at the end of the belt. The decay will make its way all the way to the end of the belt. I usually do sushi belts instead of this. It doesn't really matter. A fully dense looping belt with a splitter is, I don't know, probably slightly more UPS efficient than an inserter, but all right. Why are we red here? What don't you like? Oh, we're just out of Fawaji. Okay. I think that needs to be our next goal, or one of our next goals, is fixing Fawaji. Because apparently, I was an idiot with Fawaji. So what are all the things that... Oh, jeez. I wonder why I'm out of Fawaji. All right, let's start from the top. Wait, you don't actually use Fawaji. Huh? What? Why are these showing up when I search for Fawaji as an input? Am I... Oh, interesting. Internal names for something has the word Fawaji in it. Can I see the internal names? Probably not. Doesn't matter. We'll just use localized names for now. That's a lot easier to deal with. It's got to be like basic substrate is the thing that's coming up. Ethanol, okay. Rocks, yeah. Fish food. All right, let's add this up. 3. Oh, is it in the description? Maybe. 4.8. Wait. I already lost count. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong thing. 1.8. No, I wasn't. Plus 3 is 4.8. Plus 0.5 is 5.3. Plus 1.4 is 6.7. 7.2. 11 and change. 12. 13. 15. 17.4. What do you think, chat? Are we making enough Fawaji? All right, so, I mean, obviously, do I have a better recipe yet? No. Fawaji 2 is as good as it gets. We can use Plantation Mark IIs with, obviously, Spore Collector Mark IIs for that. Do we have Fawaji Mark II? In theory, yes. Yeah, and that gets us to a reasonable, quote-unquote, reasonable number of plantations. Although, if we're going to make it this big, we may as well push it up to 2 full belts, right? There we go. That's a lot of Phawogy Mark II that we have to get bootstrapped. So the question is, how horrible is Phawogy Mark II? Oh. Well. Okay. I mean, this is fine. This is easy. We'll do this. We'll do a dozen machines making Phawogy Mark II. That's distressingly easy. Okay. And then we'll upgrade Phawogy here to 2 full belts. We're already using this recipe, so it's just a matter of scaling up the fungal substrate, which I think I actually have centralized now. I do not. Need to... Oh! There's a startup. I missed the... You're right. Okay, it's still not hard. Yeah, this is fine. It's all the same ingredients. Soil, fertilizer, hydrogen, little biomass. Do soil on site, of course. That can be a tier 1 spore collector. This can be a tier 1 Phawogy plant. No, it can't. Nor can you. Okay. There we go. Yeah, I missed that this Phawogy Mark II spores needed Phawogy Mark II in the spore collectors, and it wasn't a ZI recipe. Cool. Let's get our shopping list then. And then I should also just grab the shopping list for the Phawogy Mark II build. Oh, apparently we have a bunch of Phawogy in storage. So it even found all the modules for me. Huzzah. Let me make sure that we're making Phawogy plantations. We're not. And, oh, probably spore collectors as well. We need in the allow list. Nope, already making those. Beautiful. Anything weird in the inputs? Doesn't look like it. Well, looks very normal, in fact. Cool. Well, that's going to take a few minutes to craft up, but not too many. And other than that, I mean, I do have some of the stuff here for bees, but, like, until we get everything fixed with Phawogy, we're not going to be making enough rocks, which means we're not going to be able to start up the bees. Unfortunately. This looks like it is working correctly now. So, not sure what was weird with it before, but it seems to have resolved itself. All right, let's head back to the base, and we can... Hopefully, we'll have everything we need for the Phaogy build by the time we get up there. If not, it'll be close. And at least the Phaogy build is, like, nearby to the mall, so we can do it relatively straightforwardly. All right, so waiting on the Phaogy plantations there. Also waiting on them here. That's going to be a... If any of them do end up here, actually, let me do this. Wait, stop. Oh, because there wasn't yet a Phaogy plantation in here. There we go. That's why it didn't. Filter to Phaogy plantations. There you go. That way, no matter what the bots do, they end up in here first. Because we need the 14 of these so we can start the bootstrap. And then as far as growing the existing Phaogy up to that 2 belts... Do we have room here? Oh, we really don't have room around the blood meal. We have lots of room back here, though, in the swampy area. So I think that's what we're going to have to do if we want to be hooked up to the current Phaogy station, is move it, like, back here and then just route the belts in and out from those train stations. I think that'll do what we need it to. Oh, this guy's stuck in a loop. Do we have everything here? All the Phaogy, all the soil extractors? Seems like it. Why am I sitting on 2 prod modules still? Did I miss some of those somewhere with, like, rock food? No, the rocks themselves wouldn't have prod modules. The Phaogy Mark II boot up doesn't. This needs some. Throw them in there. Oh, you know what? They probably got moved in. I didn't have that set to trash unrequested, so they were probably moved in by the inserter. Of course, of course, of course. That makes sense. All right, I'm going to do Phaogy 2 bootstrap down here where I've been doing a bunch of my other bootstrappy things, just somewhere around this area. Always love the lag when the bots force every train in the base to repath. So, Phagogy Mark II breeder, our inputs are fertilizer, biomass, and hydrogen. All right. Ooh, is this going to fit? Oh, just barely. All right, I'll take it. I will take it. It wouldn't fit if I was using that station. But I don't think we're ever going to use that station spot, so that's okay. All right. Solid drop-off. Requesting biomass and fertilizer. And then first thing is we're going to have a Phagogy one. Here, let's just get this started. Yeah, I'm not sure that's true. I think it just starts to lag as soon as they connect one, and then as they're building off the network, the whole thing kind of lags more and more. Because it seems like sometimes they can be working on isolated sections and it doesn't cause the rails to totally repath, but maybe I'm just wrong. Let's see. Phagogy recipe 1. And this is Phagogy breeding. Yeah, I can test it. That is true. Oh. And then that feeds out along with another 12 of these. Okay, let's try to think about how we want to run this. Making Phagogy 2. You know what? It shouldn't matter. We should just be able to hook these all up together. I'm not worried about either of these having... Yeah, I'm not worried about either of these having priority because it just doesn't matter. We're just not using that much of it. The hydrogen here. Output of all of these is a teeny tiny fraction, but they don't output any Mark 1s. It's just fractional amounts of Mark 2s, which I love to see. And then this belt comes over and feeds 2 spore collectors. Doing Spore Mark 2. Which do output 2 a second each, so we got to deal with that. And then we're going to have a belt that's like the biomass plus the fertilizer that's going to run past everything. And then this belt will be, I guess, outside of that. So our inputs are going to be like a yellow and a red for each of these. And I think that will do the job. And then this is going to have slightly different inputs because it has slightly different dependencies. Okay, Twitch wants to run another ad. It has been another hour. I do run just the one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-roll ads disabled. So I'm going to step away and get a little bit of water during the break. I recommend you do the same. Take care of yourselves as human beings. And when we return, we will, when we return, we'll finish up the Fawaji build. Since I'm there, I can also check Relesia Mark IIs. I kind of forgot about those. Did I start Relesia Mark II? I don't think we did start Relesia Mark IIs yet, but yeah, I probably should think about doing them, if that's what you meant. Relesia Mark IIs would be good. Welcome back, everybody. Okay, so what was Relesia Mark IIs? Which, yes, I probably do need sooner than later. Oh, they use Fawaji Mark II to breed them. Okay, so yeah, we'll want to get this. Once we have Fawaji Mark II, we can start doing these. That's probably why I didn't do these yet. All right, let's finish this up then for now. So what does this need for inputs? This just needs its phagogy thingies, spores. So let's do those. Mark 1 spores, which are totally ZI. This also needs some, yes. 0.03 here and 0.34 here. All right. And then this also needs soil. So let's just throw that on this belt too. So that should get this. Oh, that needs a lot of soil. So we'll do more like that. And then we're going to have a belt come through from here. That is these two things. The biomass and the fertilizer. The biomass is... oh, more than half a belt per second with this many machines. Maybe we turn ourselves down just a little bit so we can get this to like... yeah, 11 machines, whatever 11 machines actually ends up being. And that'll be half a belt of biomass. Okay. Do we want to do the math on how many machines that actually is exactly here? Not really. We're just gonna disassemble one of them and call it a day. So that's this. And yeah, plenty of space there. Pi has some high-tier modules that require other modules. Thankfully, the other ones aren't quite as essential. Good to know. Yeah, this one doesn't seem too bad. Like, once I have Mark II phagogy going, using it to make Mark II Relisias shouldn't be awful. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do this. I think it's just gonna be easier to route the belts this way. And then this will come through here. Something like that. So we still got to do hydrogen, obviously. We got to split this. Output priority right, because this is our actual output of modules, right? Although actually, instead of splitting it, let's just do what we've been doing. If I'm interested in that, I can check the Navins. Ooh, am I going to hate this? Mark II Navins need Tier 2 Zeiss. Interesting. Mark 3 Navens need Tier 3 Zeiss. Okay, interesting. So we got to get water and we got to get hydrogen routed here. I didn't really think about water when I'm so used to just having free water on this map because so much of it is so wet. And I'm like, built this in a desert. I mean, I guess we'll just grab it down here and run it north. It's not a big deal. Water. And we need to power these. And then the hydrogen. Single fluid input for hydrogen. Here, let's also fix some... some signaling issues there. All right, hydrogen. Oh, it helps if I set the recipe on the soil extractors. Yeah, so once this gets hydrogen and soil, then it'll start trying to make... What I should do is a little adjustment here. There we go. And that should... Woohoo, not that. That should work to prioritize looping phagogy over making new ones. Although... yeah, this uses 2 and has a 50% chance of making 1. So it is phagogy negative. So we just want to make sure that we reuse the ones that come out of this first. That should be correct. This should have a train that's almost here. It is almost here. And I think that's the last thing. Yeah, And then pretty much we wait, and eventually this chest will fill up with Phaology Mark IIs. Well, at a 0.5% chance, we expect this to make 100 crafts. Its crafting speed is just about 1. This is a 30-second craft. So 300 seconds. Just under an hour expected. Could take significantly longer. I guess oh no, I'm not going to set up an output because we're just right here. We don't have an output for this because it's just a breeder. Okay, well that's done. We can't use it yet until we get until we actually get the Phaology loop going. To make the Mark II or our upgraded Phaology build to go from 3 Phaology a second to 30 Phaology a second, we need how many modules? 1620. I guess I could set all of this up and just put Mark I modules in it right now, right? And it would just run at like not quite half speed. Maybe we should do that to, like, unblock some of our Phaology issues and then just swap in the modules later. Yeah, that's probably worth doing. Like, this Phaology build is just so small. Even if we only do Mark I modules, I mean, I could do the math on exactly what it would be, but let's see, it's 21 times 0.0488 times 15.372 is apparently the number. Which is close to our actual current demand. Our demand currently is like 17 or something was what I calculated as our current peak demand. So yes, getting this build done, as is, with Phaology Mark I, will help. Somehow I ended up with 81 machines. I guess I was still holding on to the spare. Oh, that's right, because I readjusted this to get us down to 7.5 biomass a second. All right, Phaology is right here. All of this is going to get torn up. We'll deal with that in a minute. For now, let's figure out what we want this build to look like. think it's going to be 2 rows. Right, we're going to have an output. We're going to feed it. And then let me grab some Phaology to be modules. Then we have input belts, input belt, and the whole thing again. And then these 2 belts basically merge together to a red belt. Because each of these will be making like 15 a second. Red belt, 30 a second. Done. So that's the theory. And then our, you know, something like that. And then this just goes down like 10 long. Except it also needs like water inputs and stuff like that, which I need to copy and paste everywhere. So let's get those prepped. Okay, that's water pipes. And then let's make sure that the belts all are sitting in the right places. Cool. Now I can grab like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more. Oh, that's only 40. That's half of what we need. I cannot count. But it's fine, because we have plenty of space here. And that's why we did it this way. $72. $80. Yeah, and we're going to need a lot more Phaology to use as modules, and that's fine. Oh, I didn't run power through any of this before I copied and pasted it everywhere. Awesome. I love my choices in life. There we go. Problem solved. You know what, actually? Let's not do this. Let's use bigger power poles here, because we can. There we go. All of this we will take down. All of this we will take down because all of this changes. All of this changes. This changes. This changes. This changes. I think we have enough Fawaji. Well, I hope we have enough. For all the modules? I mean, it's not a big deal if we don't, because we certainly can. Yeah. We'll certainly be able to make it fast enough to actually populate the modules. Do I bring this whole thing closer? Or do I just leave it out here and run along belt? I think I just run a belt. Oh, those red undergrounds are just disgusting. And then... yeah, this whole thing is 30 a second, so actually, let me... we'll make it a high throughput station. $11 each, all right. And that's like 1 or 2, I think. Oh no, 7, we had more. Okay, let's get the... all right, this is easy enough. This is like just one of each of these. One of you is logs, one of you is biomass. And then we will have 2 assemblers here. Making... no, not basic substrate. Fungal substrate. And that outputs... oh no, not 2 a second, because prod modules, 1 a second. Or 1.2 a second, all right. And the other side of this belt gets covered with spore collectors, effectively. There's actually not enough space there. And also, I don't love doing this way. Is it really that many spore collectors? It's that many spore collectors. How do I want to do that then? I guess we'll take this output and we will merge it with the spore collectors that I am going to set up somewhere else nearby. And then all of that goes up here. Spore collectors then will be... I mean, I do kind of have space to squeeze them in here, don't I? but not really. Yeah, that's 18. I need 24. Maybe we can do it right here if we're careful. All right, there we go. Turns out we can do it here. I guess I could have put speed modules into these. Twelve. All right. And then these merge. And that is our basic substrate. Oh, this also needs water. Okay, that's fine. That's easy. Bring this over here. And something like that. And then all of these need water fully hooked up to them. I did not finish doing the water yet. That's not quite going to work. Yeah, some of these should turn on right away, because I did load them with a bunch of stuff. And then at this end, we also just need to hook water up to... That should do the job. Obviously, this is way more of all of the inputs than we actually need. A way more basic substrate and way more spores until we get the Mark II modules in here. But this should be able to do about a belt of output until we get the Mark II modules, and then it will be 2 belts of output. So... Oh. Missed a spot. Now it's good. Cool. 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 I don't recall seeing a thing pop up, so I'm assuming we have not made a Mark II module yet. Yeah, we should get a little pop-up from milestones when we make our first Mark II module. And once that happens, they'll start going a lot faster, because we'll start to get Mark II spores, and it'll turn on the other machines, and there is a nice loop there once it has time to turn on. All right, yeah, there we go. We are starting to get some Fawaji out. Again, it's not going to be a full belt yet. But I think this is enough to pretty much deal with our current demand. It's just not gonna be very forward looking. We'll have to scale it a little further if we want to be a little more future proof. Our demand is like 17, that makes 15. But it will make 30 once it has the modules. Let me check on some of the things that have been broken. Advanced small parts are running. They are not buffering yet, but they're running. Is tin also still good? Yes. Yeah. Double yeah. Okay. Good. So I think we solved that problem. We're eventually we will get the Arthurians that we need for. Oh, actually, we're good. We're good on Arthurians. Cool. We just don't need a ton. We don't need a ton of Cridrins, but they are very, very slow to start up because they're at such a small scale. So I'm glad that I got them started early, because it does look like we're going to have a load of them ready for when we do need them for PySci 3. I guess in theory, we're ready to do bees. No, we're not. We got one more thing we need to do. And that is readjusting nitrogen to output nitrogen contaminant in addition to regular nitrogen. Because we need that for colony collapse. So let's double check that in YAFC. If we want to output... Is that enough nitrogen? Are we making enough nitrogen right now? That's a question. The answer is no, we're not, which doesn't surprise me because we adjusted how we're making oxygen up here to be electrolysis only, and we turned off this whole nitrogen-derived setup. So let's figure out our nitrogen demand and... All right, 40, 190, 333, 679, 742, 1,242. Well, there's your problem. Oh, interesting. We can prod this, and we should because we want to get more nitrogen per filter, right? But if we want, like, 1,400 nitrogen out, And we also need how much? Oh, just like a trickle of the nitrogen contaminant. Oh, there we go. That's a number that weirdly works out. So that's what we'll build. We'll do DDC Mark IIs because we'll use fewer of them. We can throw efficiency modules into them. I don't know if it's worth it for 30 megawatts, honestly. I think we can make 30 megawatts for fewer raw materials than 50 efficiency modules. So maybe we'll just leave... How many DDCs do we have sitting up here right now in this setup? 75. In that case, maybe we go 50% bigger. We probably already have enough pressure pumps up here, too. We do. So then we just need the 30 filters. And we reorganize this whole thing. The problem is that makes so much oxygen. I'm worried it's going to throw off our other oxygen production. But... Oh well? That is primarily an oxygen producer, and it is set up to void the hydrogen that comes off of it. Oh, that's this setup. Yeah, which will no longer do any of the fractional distillation part, but does have 40 electrolyzers. Okay, so this can make 800 oxygen in a second. This will make 300, so... It might decrease our oxygen demand a little bit. My concern is that it's going to screw up our hydrogen production, but... Also, there's no way that that's running correctly, because this says that it needs 2 pumps worth of water, and there's only 1 pump in the game. Oops. But yeah, I think we can get the nitrogen output. I was doing something weird, and I might do it again here, where we prioritizing the oxygen out of this setup rather than doing it on rails and just feeding it all to the same oxygen station. I think that's fine to do it that way, as long as we prioritize the one from the nitrogen production. And then we'll shut down the old nitrogen production. So that's 30 filter Mark IIs and 60 prod modules. And are we making filter Mark IIs? Yes. Looking good. Still waiting for our first Fawaji Mark II. This setup is doing okay, though? Yes. Yeah, it all seems good. Everything's getting more than enough of all of their inputs. Cool. We should be catching up on Fawaji then, slowly but surely. How's power, by the way? We might want to think about making another another block of LFR. Because, like, duplicating this is very easy, right? So... yeah, we're looking at, like... very nearly being... there's ways to direct produce hydrogen if needed. Yeah, that is true, Grim. Sorry, I just saw that message. Did I thought I swear I opened this. Did this crash? I swear I had my chat client open that makes a ding in my ears when people leave chats, but it was closed. So it may have crashed, which is super cool, but it's back open now. I will hopefully actually notice when people leave messages, although sometimes I just don't process the ding. There's a lot of noises that go on in Factorio, and my brain just doesn't always figure it out. So, yeah, as far as this system goes, we pretty much just need to... well, we need to stop taking... there's the nitrogen contaminant output, which right now is being re-looped in as pressurized air. We want to stop doing that and instead take that out as an output somewhere. I think the question is, where is that station going to be? Maybe we can squeeze it in right here, squeeze in a couple of stations. It's going to be very snug if we try to do that, though. Might work. Is everything looking okay as far as getting all this built? Yes. And then hopefully once the Fawaji has time to like catch up on demand, which could take a minute. Oh, look at that. There's Fawaji on the way to most of the places that have Fawaji demand. How's Moss doing? Moss is fine. Oh. Well, there's your problem. What are these blocked on? Yeah, they're not getting enough cocoons, and I'm assuming we haven't been getting enough cocoons because we haven't had Fawaji. So Vrox are one of the things that, yeah, they are catching up. We have plenty of Vrox, and we should have enough to turn on the new Archods. Vrock food is one of the other things that we need to be able to feed the Archods, and yeah, we're still catching up on that. Ulrichs, I think we decided that with Colony Collapse and with the recipes we're using, we didn't need to increase the scale of Ulrichs. I might double check that, but I believe that to be true. And that is fantastic, because the less we have to rebuild right now, the better. We're already rebuilding so much of the base. Is this the same? It is. I might do what I've been thinking about and set all of the depots to have 2 outserters on the trains. Right? So that they... With the turd of the new recipe, Ulrich demand should be even a little bit lower. Yes, that is what I remember us deciding. That is the conversation I remember having, so... All right, well, that's one of them done. I think I have 7 depot setups like that scattered around the base that all will also need that output done. We are waiting for one more filter. Oh, there it is. The bot has it. So I'll go set up nitrogen. I'll go save that train that needs saving. And then we'll... I think this is the last thing that I really need to do for... Oh, there it is. I was like, did we lose this bot? Did it have to go charge or something? I think this is the last thing we have to do before we're actually ready to do Archods. I keep saying that, and then I keep finding more things that are prerequisites, because Archods are complicated, but... I really mean it this time. Yeah, it's interesting, because, like, every time I click on a train, I have yet to find one that is in the process of undergoing this problem, right? Like... all the ones I check have the right balance of empty and full canisters. Exactly perfect. All right. These are going to do pressurized air from nothing. And then the nitrogen output here still goes out where it was going out before. The oxygen, I'm going to do what I was doing before, and we're going to do it as a priority. Don't know if that causes problems, we'll change it. But if we put in a valve here, set up as a top-up, and then lastly, this nitrogen contaminant, we need to do two things with. One of them is fluid pickup station over here. And then any overflow from that gets filtered. And that's where I probably need to move these guys. Because I do need an input for filters. Let's see. Nitrogen contaminant. And then an overflow from that to 30 filters. Making nitrogen. Honestly, let's just do this. And I'm out of, yeah, all these tier 1 pipes that I used everywhere because I don't usually carry these with me. Maybe I can make part of this tier 2 instead. Yeah, I can. If we do this part of the network tier 2. And I can do that because we have the overflow valve here. So everything has space to hook up. All right, Twitch is telling me that it has been another hour. It is once again ad break o'clock. I'm going to step away and get a little bit of water as usual, and when we return, we'll get this finished up. It's very, very close. We should be done really momentarily. But I will see everyone in just a few minutes. Thanks for sticking around through the break. I do appreciate it. And we're back. Thanks everybody for hanging around. What's left? I think we just have to hook up filters and power. Oh, and modules. Modules are important. Because we do want to save on filters. That should pretty much do the job. These are all going to be blocked on nitrogen contaminant, right? Yeah. This is not a priority nitrogen output. That's fine. Oxygen is prioritized through here rather than on rails. I'm wondering if that's going to be a bad idea. Like, do we have... other oxygen provider stations. We do have a couple that are byproduct stations, but they have almost nothing in them, so I think we might be okay here. Oh, that was wrong, though. There to there to there. There we go. So yeah, as long as we don't run ourselves out of capacity to get rid of oxygen, this should be fine. Way too long pipe? Which one? Where? Oh, this one. Yep. Oh yeah, that is way too long. Thank you. I'm so spoiled by the new pipes. That the old crappy pipes that I didn't want to redo. Thank you. Yeah, all of this should be backing up shortly, though, and all of this will back up on oxygen, I think, and then probably will be okay. Nexolite pipes are amazing. I have not upgraded to Nexolite yet. I'm still on the niobium ones. I think I can. Or did you mean the niobium pipes? Aren't there newer pipes? Isn't there a third tier of pipe? The multi-purpose pipes are the tier 3. Yeah. Which have a... What's the underground distance on these ones? Does it say? Max length 48. Versus the niobium pipes, which are 32. Okay, so those... The next ones are 50% again as long, which is a delight. Alright, I think I just need to go tear down the old nitrogen then. Otherwise, it's going to be sticking around, getting in my way. Because, yeah, old nitrogen is obviously not making the nitrogen contaminant. So if anything's pulling nitrogen from that build, then it's not going to be doing what we need. Let's see, it's right around here somewhere, isn't it? Lead plate, Arcod. Oh, it's next to Arcods. Interesting. This is actually good. Freeing up stations around where bees are, because I do think I want to do new bees around here. O2. No trains dispatched here. Nope. Good. That can come down. And then how much nitrogen is left in this station? 92,000. Let's get rid of that. And they should get rid of that pretty quickly, because there's always demand for nitrogen in the base. Or at least there should always be demand for nitrogen in the base. How did I come up with needing like 1,400 nitrogen? This doesn't look like there's enough stations here for all the nitrogen that I said I needed based on YAFC. Am I losing my mind? No, I guess it's just 6 stations. It's just a lot of nitrogen across 6 stations. But at least one of them consumes a lot of it, so it should get used up relatively quickly. Yeah, the terephthalonyl chloride uses like 500 nitrogen a second. So if we're making that, we should be consuming quite a bit of nitrogen. Yeah. This is going crazy, making itself liquid nitrogen. Oh yeah, this should want multiple deliveries. Ooh. Yeah, there we go. 2 trains with this stop now. This probably consumes it fast enough that it needs that. I might even need to put a bigger tank there, if I'm being honest. All right, and that's going to be the last one that can get any out of this tank, because we have less than 25,000 now. Take it apart. Cool. We've got a couple more stations that I can take down here as well, I think, left over from old iron. This is old molten steel, and there's like, what, 1,000? 5,000. Don't need it anymore. Train out of fuel. We'll deal with that in a second. And this is, yeah, also not enough stuff for a train delivery to happen. Where's this train that's out of fuel? Oh, it's way down there. All right, we'll fix that. Let's swing by filtration media, and I'll drop off all these in the output. Hopefully there's space in the output there. There might not be. Oh yeah, there is. Cool. Let's go rescue another train, and then... What time is it? Oh, it's already 18:30. Yep, same fail. And they do pretty consistently fail at, like, kind of the same amount of overflow, which is why I think that it was my fault. The problem is I've never been able to catch one, like, in the process of failing. See, they're balanced, right? It has the same amount of in and out. I can't catch this train. But yeah, I'm not really sure what caused that, but... Were there any other small to-dos? No. Oh, I should have dropped off these fuel canisters. Mist filter? Maybe. I checked, and they're all copied and pasted from each other. The fact that they're all off, the ones that fail have all been off by the same amount, makes me think that it's not just a mist filter, right? Yeah, again, it's like 3 extra stacks. And that's the magic number for what I added to trains, was 3 extra stacks. So I think there are some trains that just I added extra fuel to that never had the opportunity to sit at a depot long enough to be emptied. I think that's what happened. Because it's so consistently that 3 extra stacks, and I know that's what I did for the fuel top-ups. Obviously, I don't know for sure that that's what's broken, but it's very suspicious that it is that number. All right, let's go save one more train. Because that one failed, like, right in the middle of one of my busiest intersections. And if I don't go fix it, we're gonna have problems around the whole base. So unfortunately, I do have to drop everything and go save that one. Usually I'm fine just letting them sit for a little while and letting the base be a little bit sad, but this one will cause problems. Yeah, as I was saying. And that is, like I said, one of the busiest intersections in the base. This stretch here between these 2 cloverleafs is like the busiest stretch of railroad in the whole base. It's probably worth even trying to consider some way to increase throughput through there at some point. I think it's okay for now. Certainly cloverleafs are bad intersections, right? And we could replace the cloverleafs there with something else. That would be a better intersection. But also, just that this whole segment is always pretty full. The problem is it's not easy to make just like a bypass. And I do have a bunch of stuff that's hooked up to this segment through here. So I can't exactly just make it dedicated, extra lanes or whatever. So I'm not sure. I'll have to think about that. Yeah. Clovers can be, for a full-blown all-direction interchange, clovers can be reasonably compact compared to some other designs. But obviously, compactness is not a concern with this base, and I've said that before. And they do have throughput issues. Yeah, and we can see that we do have some contention here. Kind of feels like you're going to want to clean up your four-way intersections. Yeah, that is exactly what I was saying. And like, you'll notice that I've moved away from using them, and I use a lot of like offset three-way intersections now, which I'm not sure is actually better. I'm not sure that's actually less blocking. But you know, I do stuff like this, right? Or I'm trying not to create four-way intersections anymore. Here we go. This is a good example. But like this fundamentally has the same problem that a cloverleaf has, which is the merge before the diverge, right? If you have a train coming in from the left, it merges here, and then it can turn right. But for this segment, that train is sharing track with trains that also want to go straight. And that's what's blocking, and that's the problem that cloverleafs have, is that overloaded middle segment. So yes, I will want to change to a less blocking thing. I'll need to figure out what I want to do as far as a design for that goes, but that's pretty much the only time I've noticed bad traffic in this base is when one of the cloverleafs gets a little backed up. Otherwise, it's doing okay. Even around some of like the ridiculous, you know, side roads like this one, it largely is able to handle things. But the cloverleafs definitely need to go, at least the ones that are like in the core of the base. Some of these main interchanges. Science has been running very consistently for quite a while, and that's always surprising when it happens. Makes me nervous. I expect things to be broken, and it makes me think that the things that are broken are things I'm not noticing. Although, we did have tin totally hosed, and we fixed that today, so... Oh, I forgot I made a pipe upgrade planner. That would have been good to remember. Maybe we could have switched everything over to tier 2 pipes without as much thought. Do I have anything else that I can get out of my inventory? Probably. I'm looking for anything that looks like it's not a full stack, because usually I can just get rid of extras that aren't full stacks. There we go. All right, well, I think this is a good stopping place for today. We didn't quite get to the bees. I'm still successfully procrastinating on the bee rebuild. But we redid Vrox, right? We got Vrox upgraded to Mark II buildings, all of the sushi rebuilt for them, all of the... Why are you red? You're not getting native flora. You're not getting native... Oh, that's right! Okay, let's fix one thing before we call it a day. And that is that when I redid Vrox... I forgot to fix up their native flora mining. Yep. There's currently only 2 flora collectors down there, and we need, it looks like, 3 collector Mark IIs. So let's grab those. Yeah, and those won't take too long to build. And then I can also grab the sap tree Mark 3s, sap 3s, and get them in place, because I believe I also was missing some of those here. Yeah. And, like, we're making plenty of rocks right now, but once we turn on the newbies, they're going to use a lot more rocks. So that is why we scaled up the rocks. So I want to make sure that it's actually able to run. Fawaji is golden right now. Yeah. As I said when we built this, it doesn't quite keep up with theoretical demand, but cool. Cool, cool, cool. What's the math on this? 0.5%. So expected is 100 crafts. We are at 148. Oh, yeah. Well, you can't get lucky with every alien life gamble, I guess. Is there anything else for those who have been paying attention and who are in chat? If anyone remembers anything else that were like little things that I left that I didn't put in my to-do list, now's a good time to let me know, because now's a good time to fix those little things before I sign off for the day. Because if I don't fix them today, if I don't remember them now, I definitely will not remember them on Tuesday. But I think it's just Vrox. I think Vrox was the only thing that I left in like a partial state, just waiting for a couple of things. Okay. Sap trees, and down here. We have space for like 3 of these in a row. This is an awful, awful patch of flora. I mean, it's fine. Expected resources 8.9 million. I'm not worried about these running out anytime soon. Oh, right. I forgot about this setup. What is wrong with me? I mean, it's beautiful, but it's stupid. For people who haven't been watching for the past 600 hours, this Ulrich food setup creates ash from biomass from decayed fluorospalanin. And if we end up with too much spalanin and or biomass, we will start running the spalanin through reprocessing rather than letting it decay any further so we don't fill up the whole chest with biomass. Something like that. There's like, it checks like ratios between the things to make sure that like we have biomass available. To turn into ash, but also it doesn't overflow. Although right now we have no biomass and it doesn't seem to know how to handle that situation. So this makes biomass plus spalanin. Then we have a beta, which is... What is beta? Oh, here we go. It is self-contained. It's just a little funky. So alpha is spalanin plus biomass, which is also also gamma. Why do I have the same signal twice? Doesn't matter. Okay, and then beta is everything. These run when... Okay, so beta is everything. This outputs a flora signal. I'm trying to remember how this actually works, and maybe I should stop trying to remember how this actually works. I think what it does is this outputs flora when there's not enough stuff in here to decay. So we grab all the spalanin, anything that's a decay product ends up in here. And then any time that the total volume of this is too low, this will end up with a positive flora count and push native flora into this. But I'm not sure how we handle... Maybe we just don't have to handle backing up? I thought I had some stuff that was supposed to handle, like, getting rid of excess and running it through the reprocessor. I don't remember how this works at all. I would have to go watch the VOD from whenever I built this. And given that these have made 300,000 crafts, that was a long time ago. All right, it looks like we're getting enough flora now for all of these to run, so that's good. Some of it's probably going to decay. There's really no way around that. Just because we need 2.5 flora collectors and we have 3, so. But I think... we're good. I think we're going to be good to do Archids next week, finally. Like, I've run out of things that need to be changed or fixed, as far as I know, before we can do Archids. So... Cool. Well, I'm going to wrap up here. We will be back with Pi next Tuesday, as always, and we'll finally do the great B rebuild. And then tomorrow is probably Skyblock Day, unless I decide I'm really not feeling like it. But we made good progress last week on Skyblock, so I think we will continue Skyblocking tomorrow. So thanks everybody for tuning in. I really appreciate it. If you're watching this on YouTube and want to watch live, there is a link to my Twitch down in the doodly-doo. And I will see everybody next time.